of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for attending this evening. All board members are present except for Ms. Heike. She is excused this evening. I will appoint Ms. Sarah Murray to be our temporary secretary for the meeting this evening. The first order of business is I need a motion to enter into closed session pursuant to Section 8(1)B of the Michigan Open Meetings Act and upon request of the student's parent guardian for the purpose of conducting a hearing to consider the reinstatement of a student whose identity is known to the board as student 2022-2023-1.
Moved by Rosenleacher.
Support by Farrow.
It's been moved and supported to enter into closed session pursuant to Section 8(1)B of the Michigan Open Meetings Act and upon request of the student's parent guardian for the purpose of conducting a hearing to consider the reinstatement of a student whose identity is known to the board as student 2022-2023-1. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, it's been moved and supported to enter into closed session pursuant to Section 8(1)B of the Michigan Open Meetings Act. Ms. Murray.
Okay, Sislo.
Yes.
Farrow.
Yes.
Freight.
Yes.
Heike is absent. Murray, yes. Rosenleacher.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
All right, we're going to go into closed session at 5:32. When we return, we'll have a decision on the student reinstatement, and then we will take a recess until 7 p.m. for regular business. So you're welcome to stick around until we return to open session. You'll have time to go get it, because we'll do this and then. All right, we've returned from closed session at 6:14. Need a motion to conditionally reinstate student 2022-2023-1 in accordance with the attached resolution.
Moved by Pharaoh.
Support by Freight.
It's been moved and supported to conditionally reinstate student 2022-2023-1 in accordance with the attached resolution. Any discussion? It's been moved and supported to conditionally reinstate student 2022-2023-1 in accordance with the attached resolution. Ms. Murray.
Okay, Mr. Farrow,
Yes.
Freight,
Yes.
Murray, yes. Rosenleacher,
Yes.
Sislo.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries 5-0.
Next, I need a motion to recess this meeting until 7 p.m.
Moved by
Pharaoh.
Rosen,
Support by Pharaoh.
It's been moved by Rosenleacher,
There we go.
supported by Farrow to recess until 7 p.m. Any discussion? It's been moved and supported to recess until 7 p.m. Ms. Murray.
Freight,
Yes.
Murray, yes. Rosenleacher,
yes.
Sislo,
Yes.
Farrow.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, we are 6:15 and we'll be back at 7 o'clock. somebody going to help Larry draw the names? Okay, I think it'll be helpful for somebody to be with him to hold it.
Maybe somebody hold the
Yeah.
bowl and let him.
Yeah.
Yes. Glad to be here.
You guys can have a seat because we have business to do before we get started. So I would just sit right next to the lectern. Yep. All right, we'll reconvene from recess. Just so everybody's aware, all board members are in attendance. Ms. Heike has joined us for the open meeting. Just a few things with the agenda. Potentially, obviously, with 11 candidates and 5 questions, it's probably going to be a long interview process. And I have been in contact with Ms. Bennick in regards to the WISD PAC update. So we will probably potentially be postponing that unless we get done by 8:15 or 8:30, just so folks are aware in regards to that on the agenda. With that, I don't think I have anything else at this time. We will start with public comment. So a reminder, this meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business and is not to be considered a public meeting. There are 2 times for public participation during the meeting as indicated in the agenda. When addressing the board, you'll be asked to state your name. The board determines the amount of time granted to individuals or groups to speak. Each person shall be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes. Board members may question speakers but are not obligated to answer questions or make statements or commitments in response to issues raised by the public. In general, such items will be referred to the superintendent for advisement, investigation, study, and/or recommendation, or designated as future agenda items for board consideration. Are there any students who'd like to address the board? Public members who'd like to address the board?
Mr. Sislo, before you start my time, I realize that the meeting already started at 5:30, but I think because it's a public meeting, we should open it by saying the Pledge of Allegiance.
We did it at 5:30.
I understand that, but now this meeting is going again, so I just request that we all stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. We have,
Okay, let's rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for doing that. So I've asked many times, I'm really struggling with a lot of issues going on in the district. One in particular is dialogue. I feel like dialogue is not being very well valued by the board. I've asked many different times about some status updates. I've asked for parent advisory committees to be formed, in particular for safety, school safety, that is. And I'm just not seeing much. I think that something needs to be done. Another issue that I'm struggling with is the decline in enrollment. My son is a junior this year, And when he started as a freshman, that was the first year that senior wing had been done away with. Now, as some of you may be aware of, not everybody, but the high school has now chosen to go from a seven period day to a 6-period day, which even limits the education opportunities available to my son. And nobody's been able to give any sort of case-driven data to support this, but I feel, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I have a feeling that it's a direct result of the decline in enrollment. And the decline in enrollment should not have a direct effect on our students and our teachers. These cuts should not be on our backs, and you guys should be doing what you've pledged to do, and that's provide the best education for our students. And I'm requesting that you guys start doing that. I know that Brian continues to get raises every year when our test scores are not where they should be. They're not above pre-COVID levels, and you know, our enrollment is declining. Those are the two driving forces that point to the success of a school district. And I think it's time to start taking some cuts at the top so that those underneath can feel that they're, you know, being valued, and that efforts are put towards putting them first. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there others?
Good evening, Andrea Benning. And I just wanted to thank the board for encouraging the district to celebrate World Down Syndrome Day. That was yesterday. I appreciate your efforts towards helping us advocate for our students with Down syndrome. I also wanted to thank the staff and the students, the local businesses, and the city council for joining in by wearing their unique, silly, and fun socks in support of our community members with Down syndrome. I saw many posts shared on social media of our community rocking their socks. Guests were welcome to classrooms to share information and read stories about people living with Down syndrome. And Milan City Council invited my son and some of his peers to join their meeting last night. They were able to meet the mayor and the council members, join them in saying the Pledge of Allegiance, and they took pictures showing them in their socks. Thank you to everyone who participated in yesterday's celebration. And it was a great opportunity to show that while people who have Down syndrome have a little something extra and may have a unique genetic makeup, they also have a lot in common with their typical peers and share many of the same interests. Like everyone everywhere, people with Down syndrome desire to be loved, accepted, and supported, and Milan did a great job of showcasing their support. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Benning.
So I checked out the January 12th minutes, and one of the few lines I found that I actually thought were accurate was when Heike's board comment said she encouraged the community to come together to solve issues facing the district, and I agree, imagine that. So here's my suggestion for the community to come together. This board has to recognize that you are not currently representing a large portion of this community. The majority of you are very left-leaning, and many in this district are not, including me, shocker, I know. Most of our disagreements are related to the fact that for many of you, your political views have a huge influence on your decisions as board members. And those views are proving to be destructive to students as well as the district as a whole. However, with your almost 100% conformity of left-leaning board members, there's very little pushback or balance to your decisions on the direction of the district or our superintendent. I do not believe any political view should have an almost 100% majority on this board, not even those I might agree with. I know what happens when people don't have checks and balances. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And there are plenty of examples of that on our district YouTube channel. Contrary to what you might try to claim, the school district is more Republican based on the previous presidential election, which means having a board of predominantly Democrat members, especially ones who perform their duties with their own political agenda in mind, is not even close to an accurate representation of this community. I know someone will try to twist this in their board comments and say, not true, they voted us in, except for that's not the case. School board races are nonpartisan, so a lot of voters didn't know your personal politics. Here's the truth. If straight party votes had included school board candidates, most of you wouldn't be sitting up there today. Not to mention, until recently, most of us didn't think personal politics really mattered for school board candidates. But I assure you, we won't be making that mistake again. Most of the tension can be attributed to a lack of balance on this board and the resulting abuse of power that ensues. You have the majority here. You are not in a vulnerable position. Even appointing one conservative-leaning candidate would not change the fact that you will still have a large majority on this board to allow your radical left agenda to continue to wreak havoc on our district. Therefore, there are a lot of good reasons for you to choose a candidate tonight that might not be totally in line with your beliefs. What about the goal of inclusion and diversity? Why wouldn't you choose to include other perspectives and have more diversity of thought? This is the moment for you to show your leadership and commitment. Prove it by placing your personal politics aside. This is your moment to take a huge step forward and follow Michelle's advice to come together. This is when you show us where you really stand on these issues. Are you determined to be stubborn and maintain your left majority, or do you have the wisdom to see this for what it is, a turning point for us to find common ground and move forward in a productive way, for parents, for teachers, for the community, but most importantly, for the students? Come on, you have to see that this is not going well for you. I meet people every day who are waking up to all these issues that are taking place in our schools, and you know I'm not going anywhere. So you can be assured that if you add another liberal majority tonight and continue down this path to create division in the community while destroying our school district in the process, I will make sure the community is aware of your actions and know that is not inciting violence. It's called holding you accountable.
Thank you for your comment. Are there others? All right, thank you for those comments this evening. Next up, routine matters for approval. I need a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of March 8th, 2023.
Moved by Murray.
Support by Farrell.
It's been moved and supported to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of March 8th, 2023. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, it's been moved and supported to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of March 8th, 2023. Ms. Heika.
Heika, yes. Murray?
Yes.
Rosenleacher?
Yes.
Sislo?
Yes.
Farrow?
Yes.
Freight?
I abstain due to my absence.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, next up is the board candidate interviews. So we did have a session in between, during recess, where I met the candidates and we went over the process. So we're going to start that process now. I do want to thank all the candidates for submitting their application and then coming here for this interview tonight in open session. It's a great honor to serve the community in this way, and I appreciate putting your name in the ring to do that and to answer these questions this evening. As we go through this, we're going to select board member names to ask questions, and then we're going to select candidate names. We did this to be as transparent as possible so that there's not an order that was predetermined of a board member asking a question and the order of the candidates answering the question. So I do have 3 members from our communications committee, district communications committee, that are here helping us. Mr. Larry Biederman, Ms. Alicia Powell, and Ms. Karen Lambert are here to help with timekeeping and to select the names. So again, they're going to select the board member names to ask the questions, and then we're going to select the candidate names, and then there's going to be a rotation where all candidates will be able to answer a question near the beginning, all questions will be able to answer a question near the end, and all candidates will be able to answer a question in the middle. So with 11 candidates, we tried to do our best with that. They're going to have 2 minutes to answer a question. They'll be given a visual signal when there's 1 minute remaining, and then 30 seconds remaining, and then they'll see a red card when the time is expired. Once we've interviewed all the candidates, The candidates can go back and sit where they want within the theater, and then the board members will rank those candidates 1 through 11. The Open Meetings Act requires us to record these votes in open so that they can be known. Our ballots will be handed to the secretary to be read, and then those will be recorded, and we'll come up with a tally. That tally will indicate who is going to move forward to the next round of voting, and another tally will be formed, and will go until that point that a candidate is chosen. Again, this is replacing Ms. Carrie Macchio, who resigned. So we are required to fill this vacancy within 30 days of her resignation, or it's the responsibility of the Washtenaw Intermediate School District to fill that vacancy for us. So that's the process that we're going through this evening. All the candidates submitted written answers to questions that we have asked all candidates for a long period of time that have run for office or put their name in to be appointed. So they've submitted written answers for that, and then they'll be responding to questions that are asked this evening. With that, we're going to go ahead and get started. Mr. Biederman, Ms. Powell are going to draw the names of the board member order to ask the questions.
All right, the first board member in our list is Sarah Murray. And you want me to just keep going, right?
Yeah, just
Okay.
hold on just for 1 minute for me. Sorry. All right. Yep. Go ahead.
Second one is Michelle Heika.
Yep.
Third one is Tom Farrow. Fourth one is Kirsten Freight. Shouldn't be a surprise. And last one is Betty Rosenleacher.
All right. So next up, they're going to draw the names of the 11 candidates. So when your name is called, I will ask you to take a seat in the number that you're called in. So number 1 is over here in this chair along the brick wall, and then it goes to 11 across the brick wall here. So we'll go ahead and start.
Apologies if I mispronounce anybody's names. Okay. Number 1 is George Melvin Elder IV.
Okay.
Number 2 is Cassie Pryor. Number 3 is James Smith. Yeah. Back in. Yep. Okay. Yep. I'm sure. Yep. That's next one. All right. Number 4 is Gary Tapke. Number 5 is Angela Chittister. Number 6 is Danielle Hoover. Number 7 is Adam DeAngeli. Number 8 is Robin Eggman. Number 9 is William E. Van Buren Jr.
And I'm not sure, is Mr. Van Buren here? All right, we'll just go ahead and we'll leave the seat for him. If he does show up, we will call him.
Let's see, are we on number 10, I believe? Yep. Number 10, Carrie Carvonen Gutierrez. And number 11, Laura Rousseau.
Just give me a minute here to get this updated. All right, I've got that all updated. Does the candidates have any questions? All right, so again, we've got the board order determined. They'll ask their question. We'll start with candidate 1 to answer that question. Our timekeepers will hold up a sign at 1 minute and at 30 seconds and then show you the red when the time is expired. The first question is going to come from Ms. Murray, and it'll be for Mr. Elder. So if you could come to the podium, Mr. Elder.
Good evening. All right, the first question is, what does the concept of a healthy and healing school mean to you? And what steps would you take as a board member to promote a healthy and healing community?
I would say a healthy school would be to accept everyone. You know, we got different ethnic backgrounds, we got different religion, we got different sexual preferences, we got everything. We all had a set. I think Jane said it best whenever she was done the town hall, whenever she says, you just can't think about yourself, you got to think about all the students that are in the school and set your personal thoughts aside and take care of every single student.
Thank you, Mr. Elder. Next up is Ms. Pryor.
I believe a definition of a healthy school is one that incorporates different ideas into their teachings, who accepts that not everybody will like those teachings, but gives the community the input to be heard and acknowledges when they do speak that you've taken into account what they have said, that things aren't just ignored when a community member brings something to the board or to the school. I think a healthy environment is one where we can talk about the actions that we're going to take, that we sit together and make an action plan to make steps to resolve whatever differences we do have, that it's not just a continuous back and forth where we can't seem to get anything resolved and we're turning in a circle over and over again. I think steps that can be taken is more public involvement, that you bring, possibly have more town hall meetings, that you start a committee on how to resolve some of the issues, how we can get along, and how we can move forward in this political environment. I believe our students and our community deserves a place where they can feel safe and comfortable, but also a place where they can be heard, because the backbone of a community is a school, and we raise our kids here, we watch sports here, we come for activities. It is a place where we come together as a community for good or for bad, and it should be the centerpiece of a town. And if we have a healthy school, we have a healthy town, and I believe that we need to strive more than anything to make our school healthy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pryor. Next up is Mr. Smith.
Well, in terms of how to make our school system work better for our students and for our staff, I think we need to first secure their safety. We need to develop diverse methods of educating our kids. Right now, I think we tend to try and treat all kids the same in terms of how we can go about teaching them, and that does not work very well. As a substitute teacher, I substituted for grades all the way from kindergarten through high school, and I can see that there are a lot of kids who just aren't learning by the conventional methods. And that's not to say the conventional methods are bad for a lot of kids, but they're bad for all kids. So I would like to see the school become more flexible in how they handle kids that are having difficulty with learning. I remember, for example, when I was doing substitute teaching, I had a little girl come in. I was supposed to be trying to help her with her math. She was having trouble with multiplication and division. And so as I started working with her, I said, well, you really can't get this if you don't haven't memorized your multiplication tables. She said, but there's just too many. I said, well, how many do you think there are? And she said, well, thousands. And so then I explained to her that she only needed to do 1 through 99, and I put a very complicated division problem on the board, and I showed her how you break it down. And she was very excited. She went back to her class. About a half hour later, another little girl from that same class came in with exactly the same preconception and said, my friend told me. And, so these kids needed to be approached differently. We need to listen to what students are and address their individual educational needs.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Mr. Tapke.
Could I ask you to please repeat the question?
Of course.
Thank you.
The question is, what does the concept of a healthy and healing school mean to you? And what steps would you take as a board member to promote a healthy and healing community?
Well, a healthy and healing school to me means a safe school. Pardon me. The school has to be safe for the kids. They have to feel safe. And in my opinion, bullying is a huge problem that, if not remedied, prevents students from learning. If they don't feel safe in coming to school, they're not gonna be willing to be able to learn. So, as far as having a welcoming school, accepting all types of kids, including races, genders, kids with special needs, and I think that Milan has done a pretty good job with that, the special needs kids. But that has to be taken into account with deciding what is a safe school. Again, going back to the issue of the bullying, I think that's a huge problem that needs to be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tapke. Ms. Chittister.
To me, the definition of a healthy and healing student body is engagement. You can have all of the resources possible at your disposal, but if your student body so as participant in that in a connect.
Thank you. Ms. Hoover.
Good evening, everyone. Read the question again, please.
Sure. Thank you. Question is, what does the concept of a healthy and healing school mean to you? And what steps
All students, staff deserve to feel valued community. And I'm a social worker, and what I do in my work is that the first step is always engagement, so I would start there, and communication and getting appointed to the school board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoover. Mr. DeAngeli.
To the first part of your question, what makes a community or a school healthy? To my mind, it's peace in the valley. It's the absence of conflict. It's when there aren't situations that lead to people being upset about a lot of things. I worked for a state lawmaker whose district included Oxford. Left Lansing before Oxford. Knew Tim. And we kept up with the stories very closely. The finger pointing every which direction. Students at that see the adults just pointing fingers at each other. I want to come back to changed, that they can move on. So that's a returning to that state.
Thank you. Ms. Eggman.
To me, a healthy and healing school promotes diversity and inclusion, with a message and commitment of kindness to all. To me, a school that's healthy looks like a place that students want to come and be involved. And it's a safe haven for students, that they can come to school and know that they're seen and that they're there to learn, and that they can just focus on learning and bettering themselves. I think it's also important to hold students and staff accountable. I think that that really goes to having a healthy and healing school, that knowing that certain actions may have consequences, and knowing that everyone is being held accountable for their actions. I think that also is a big part in promoting a healing and healthy school. My goal, if I were a board member, would just to be present and would to know how the students are feeling in the school, and would just want to communicate with the district and the community how their students are feeling in school and how the staff are feeling in school, and what other ways we can do to support their learning environment so that they can come to school and all they have to worry about is that learning and being involved with their classmates and their peers.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez.
Hello. Thank you. Before I begin, I'd just like to acknowledge and thank the board and fellow applicants for this process tonight. I'm grateful to be here and enjoy hearing from everyone. My interpretation of a healthy community is one in which every student and staff member is able to be and has the resources to be the very best version of themselves. To do that, I believe they must feel safe in their community and safe in their physical space. To do this, I think that a community or a school or whatever organization to be healthy needs to have varied opportunities, listen to varied voices and different modalities for learning so that each person can exercise that opportunity to be the best version of themselves. Related to staff in particular, I also think that this means that staff need to have some degree of autonomy to exercise their own personal expertise and be able to work with individual students as needed to be able to make sure that they are able to be the best versions of themselves. As far as healing, I think healing comes into play when we see one struggling, whether it's another student or a fellow staff member, that we are there to help support that individual, provide for resources needed, and uplift one another. I think healing comes when we can listen to one another, identify what those needs are in an open and productive manner. As a board member, my role in this process, I believe, would be to listen to all stakeholders, students, staff, and other board members, to identify what the restrictions and hiccups might be, to report back, to formulate a plan, to listen again, and then implement that plan and evaluate, and the process begins again. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Russo.
I'm Laura Russo. I think there are some great answers there. When I think about health and healing, I think of a living system. I don't think that it's ever necessarily going to be perfect, but striving to be better. Finding resources, engaging people where they are, and taking care of the most vulnerable in the population. Because we can only be as successful as the most vulnerable individuals. As far as my role, I think I give maybe a unique perspective. I think looking outward, looking for great examples of how to create a healthy environment are important, and striving to be innovative and to be healthy. I don't think that you can reach success unless you're actively striving for it. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rousseau. I just want to make, Mr. Van Buren has not arrived, correct? We'll keep him in the order if he does arrive. Next up, the question is going to be from Ms. Heike, and then we've changed up the order a little bit here. It's going to be first answered by Mr. Tapke.
Everyone. Can you hear me? I don't think this is on. I didn't touch it. Hello. I have the worst luck with technology, I really do. Thank you everyone who took the time out of their schedules to come here tonight, who applied and then are here to answer all these questions, and everyone in the community came to support them and to hear their answers to these important questions as well. So my first question is, how do you believe that the Board of Education can best balance the need to prepare students for college with the growing demand for career and technical education? And what strategies would you advocate for to ensure that students are adequately equipped to pursue both traditional academic paths and careers in technical fields?
Well, this is something I know a little bit about since I'm an electrician. And when I went to high school, there were several vocational education programs available to me and other students that helped shape the direction that I took in life with my career. I think that all schools these days lack adequate vocational education. So I would encourage the board to offer more of that so that kids, when they make the decision whether they go to college or not, it's not a given that kids have to go to college, but if they do, they know, number one, what field they're going to go into, or at least have a general idea. And if not, that's okay too, because with adequate training, they can step into a trade, which the market has proven is in need of trade workers. Electricians, heating, cooling technicians, builders, carpenters, I can go on and on, bricklayers. These are good paying jobs that you don't necessarily have to go to college for, but I think kids need direction, and high school is the place where they can get that. And if they have a little bit of experience, it might help them to make that decision as to which direction they want to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. Smith.
Well, when my son went to school in Milan schools, he participated in trade school. He was involved in the consortium with Celine. He did house building and other things like that. And I think that was a good experience for him. I don't think that everybody should be on a college track. My son was not. My two daughters have both graduated college. One has a master's degree. The other one's working on her master's degree. So in their case, college is the right thing for them. In the case of my son, it was not. And I think we need to not push kids in one direction or the other. Let them move in the direction that they want to go in. Just have the resources available for them to be able to follow that path, with a recognition that very few of us probably in our senior years of high school envision what we were going to be doing with the rest of our lives in terms of a job. So kids are going to change their minds, and I think that we should try and give them the opportunity to pursue what they were interested in now, with the understanding that they may very well change that later. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Hoover.
Can you read the question one more time, please?
Let's see. Oh, there we go. How do you believe that the Board of Education can best balance the need to prepare students for college with the growing demand for career and technical education? And what strategies would you advocate for to ensure that students are adequately equipped to pursue both traditional academic paths and careers in technical fields?
Well, I think the number one thing is attracting, retaining, and maintaining quality teachers and educators. I have seen that with both of my two children that currently go to Milan area schools, one here at the high school and one over to Simons, and they have done quite well because the teachers have done well for them. So thank you for that. Also, not to repeat what the other folks said, but college isn't just the only path for kids to go to school. There's like trade school and that. I'm a union member, though not in the trades, and I have a brother who's a Boilermaker's apprentice up north. So having another thing is just having a lot of options and communication around that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Eggman. Or no, I'm sorry, I apologize. Ms. Chittister. Sorry, Ms. Chittister, thank you.
Thank you. For me, it is as much making them aware of the options as it is backing that up with the figurative, the growth and development. These are developing adults, and sooner or later they're going to be swallowed up by, the world at large. And it's important to take a breath and not listen to the voices that are telling you what your future should be, and to reflect on what you want your future to be. And I wish I had listened to my own voice, because I have a personal attachment to that, where I led myself down a path that everyone said I was perfect for, so I was perfect for that path. And as a junior in college, I suddenly realized that it wasn't what I wanted at all. So I think allowing a student to find themselves and to have an opportunity to feel comfortable in exploring what their passion might be, and to know that in reality that passion could be their career, can foster their desire to go in whichever direction they may choose. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Eggman.
Trades and vocational careers are trending, and they're something that we should support. They're all things that students need, and I think the important part about it is that we're teaching students how to learn. I think that's the most important part, is that we teach students how to learn, and we're teaching them the basics of critical thinking and how to read and how to write, because once they know how to dig into that literature and read and digest and think about all of those things critically, then they're able to learn anything that they want, and that's going to take them anywhere that they want to go. Milan does a really good job already of offering different things like consortium or ECA and different tech classes, and I think that that's crucial in this time of students' lives, and I would advocate that we continue doing that and continue supporting other clubs and activities and groups of students, like things like FIRST Robotics, and just anything that gets students engaged in something that they're passionate about and that they can find a career with. I think that in the high school especially, we should be offering classes that teach students how to focus on writing resumes, how to interview, and again, just giving them the opportunity to explore different career paths and explore their passions and what they can do with their gifts. I think the biggest thing is that students don't know all the options that are out there. And if we just sat down and gave them more of an opportunity to explore those majors and those trades, then we can set them up for success that will take them far beyond high school.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. DeAngeli.
We're so fortunate we have so many resources right in our community. We have 2 major universities and a community college just down the street from us. We have world-class manufacturing right here in Milan. At Oakland Community College, they partnered with manufacturers who needed work that took years to train, that didn't have anywhere else to turn to. So they just incorporated with them and built these programs, these CTE programs, right into Oakland Community College. If they don't already do that, they could do that at WCC. They could do that right here. But local stakeholders are critical for this. I worked on the Hill for a year with what we call the accidental congressman, but one of the things that we actually got to accomplish was in the Every Student Succeeds Act. We put in an amendment to say that we should include entrepreneurs and local employers in how we develop our curriculum. The amendment actually ended up getting signed into law 2 years later, even after my boss was gone. But that's critical. We have all these jobs right in Washtenaw County, right in Milan, and in Monroe County, and we should be talking to them and using them to help us develop programs so that people can come right from the high school into the workforce if that's the path that they choose to do, or otherwise, to go to the colleges that we have right here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Ms. Gutierrez.
I believe that the role of education is to train our students to be active, thriving, and contributing members of a diverse and democratic society. For some, that means they may go on to college or other types of higher education. For some, it may mean that they enter the trades or the military or any other possibility that is available to them. I think it's important for us to think about having the number of resources that are available for students to identify the breadth and depth of different opportunities that exist in the world for them so that they can be productive members of society. I think many of us would argue that we are not doing today in our 9 to 5 what we thought we might be doing when we were in high school. I certainly am doing something that I didn't even know was possible when I was in high school. That being said, I think that we need to make sure the courses and the skills are taught to allow students to be able to have the opportunities for a variety of different opportunities. Allowing them to have core skills in academics, but also key core skills that are applicable not only in different sectors, but as contributing members of society. These are skills in interpersonal communication, conflict resolution, shared decision-making, how to learn, where to find answers, thinking about problem solving, and having respect for other experiences. I want students also to know that it's okay to pivot. You may start on one track and end up on another, and so having an educational journey throughout high school that prepares you for a variety of skills from academic as well as interpersonal skills is critical to allow students to have their own trajectory as they enter the life course. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Ms. Rousseau.
I think they've really said it all, but yes, I think the importance of core skills, writing and math towards being able to take technical jobs, offering, you know, any kind of partnerships, opportunities, any opportunities for kids where you're collaborating with the community. And obviously we have, you know, yeah, the universities and businesses supporting like life skills, interviewing, giving people opportunities, or kids opportunities to learn and grow while they're here, and to make them able to adapt to changing conditions in the future. So I think, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Van Buren? Ms. Pryor?
I believe the board can best prepare our students for college and career technical programs by continuing to offer the programs they are, but to take a better in-depth look at the programs that they currently do have. I believe math, science skills are all important to those technology and trades programs. You have to have good mathematics, good problem-solving skills, excellent communication. I come from a household that is split college and technical, so I see both sides of what you would need, and I have children preparing to go in each. You need these qualities of being able to communicate with others, talk to people, and be able to solve complex algebraic equations and electrical trades, HVAC. So those are important to continue to focus on preparing our students that way. But we also have CTE consortium programs that we offer at the school. However, at this point, I believe they do need to be looked at more in depth about the types of offerings they are having. For example, this year, there's many boys and girls going to building trades and those types of programs. However, in the past year, those have been limited by the one of the work sites being unavailable. It has impacted my household as far as them only afternoon programs. There was no attempt sought out to fulfill that space for the morning program, so which leaves out a group of kids who have other activities after school that they are no longer to participate in that program. So that's a chunk of boys and girls who want to be part of that can no longer do it. So I think offering mentoring opportunities to fill that space, working to create apprenticeship programs within the community for local electricians and technical workers would help fill that gap. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Elder.
I think that we should retain and train our staff to get to know our children. And I think that we have a lot of resources in the schools now, but we have mechanics, we got motorcycle mechanics, we got electricians, we got plumbers and heating. We got all them inside of our community. If we could just, you know, get with our children and collaborate some way that they could shadow them maybe through the middle school process, or, you know, and make them determine what they want, or whenever I was going through school, we had a guidance counselor. He met with us once every 2 months in school and asked us what we were doing, and he kept us on track of, you know, what we needed for next year for the classes to graduate and what classes we should take so we could get ready for the military, for whatever it is you want to do in life.
Thank you. Our third question will be asked by Mr. Farrow, and the first candidate is Ms. Chittister.
Welcome, everyone. Can you guys hear me okay? Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, welcome everyone to Milan High School, and thanks for coming to the forum. So my question is, our district, as well as other school districts in Michigan, are experiencing declining enrollment. What challenges do you see declining enrollment having on the district's budget?
Well, certainly it's directly correlated. Our budget is entailed in terms of per capita based on the student body. And along with that, you lose certain resources where if you have less student body, you have fewer people participating in sports, and that in and of itself brings in a certain amount of funding. So yes, it is alarming that enrollment is down everywhere. The question is it a statewide issue? I'm sure there are population studies all over the place to try to pin those down, but I think by and large, in my opinion, it is a statewide issue. So it almost seems like you could make a consortium of a number of school boards across the state to try to identify and maybe try to figure out a way to rectify the problem. Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Hoover.
Would you please read the question again?
Yes, our district, as well as other school districts in Michigan, are experiencing declining enrollment. What challenges do you see declining enrollment having on the district's budget?
Well, I mentioned earlier about attracting and retaining quality educators, and if you pay people more students will come, and we'll get around, and kids will do better and go on to do better things. So the funding, has to come from somewhere, and we need more of it. Teachers just simply need to be paid more. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Mr. D'Angeli.
There's just no way around it. You have to do more with less. The money comes from pupils, and if you have fewer of them, then the budget has to shrink, and that's a terrible thing. So you have to look at what's non-essential, and you have to look at what's the most essential, and do the best you can within those means. I do think there may be some opportunities in some places to advocate for policies that could be changed. I remember a few years ago, there was a hearing in the Energy Committee talking about how the utilities, the two big ones, consumers and DTE, they have a 90% monopoly. And they were lobbying to make that 100% energy monopoly. And a superintendent, I think it was from Holly Schools, came in and she said, if this passes, I'm going to have to lay off 5 teachers. And that ground that bill to a halt really quickly. But that's a thing we should be demanding as well. I mean, we think about the budget, and of course the first thing that comes to mind is educators and infrastructure, but it costs a lot of money to power a school building too. So we have to look at everything we can do and advocate for every way that we can remove obstacles that stop us from being able to access lower costs.
Thank you. Next up, Ms. Eggman.
Student enrollment affects budget directly, and again, student enrollment is down not just in Milan, but in tons of school districts across the state. And again, it's because of parents have lost faith and hope in the school district. Parents are doing more homeschooling now than they have ever before, or doing other dual enrollment programs. We're a small community, and we may not be able to compete with a Brighton area schools or a Chelsea area schools, but we can be a community, and we can build a community and show that we're a school that parents can send their children to, that we're a school that parents can trust. And being school of choice, if we're able to create that and show that not just in our community but to other communities, then parents are going to want to send their students here because they know that their teachers are looking at them and their teachers are teaching them. And so that's why I think that by supporting teachers and by showing that we are a community, that we are building a name bigger than just Milan.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Rousseau.
Yeah, I think the challenge is to be problem solvers and to empower people to think outside of the box to meet the needs that are there. Certainly look to the community to find ways to fund what programs need to be funded, whatever for the school. It means that those are the same needs of the community, same needs that each family has. And I think the only way to work through that is to work together.
Next up is Ms. Gutierrez.
As several others have noted, there's been declining enrollment not only in Milan, across the state, but frankly across the country. There's a variety of reasons for that. The very, very big demographic level, there's declining birth rates across the globe. There's also, however, the importance of parental choice and decisions about educational opportunities and the ability to choose where your family sends their students. And I agree with the previous speaker who indicated that we want to have Milan be a place where families choose to send their students. When I first came to Milan, Milan at the time, when we first moved to Milan about 9 years ago, Milan at the time was in the midst of a PR campaign. I remember there were flyers on Ann Arbor city buses about Milan, and it caused us first, I'd never heard of Milan. I'd lived in Ypsilanti for 10 years, and it caused us to look at Milan as a place to school our children. It made me think about moving here, finding a community that felt like home, and part of it is getting people to know about our great school and putting forward what we have to offer. That being said, however, I think it's challenging, certainly right now, for families wanting to move to Milan. We have a housing shortage in the city, and so I think even for families who may want to move here, we need to think about the interconnectedness of opportunity and making that available. That being said, however, declining enrollment certainly impacts budget, and we need to think about how to handle those limited resources that we do have. This requires extensive creativity and extensive flexibility on behalf of all of us, on behalf of our students, our families, our administrators, our teachers, and I think we've seen that this is possible as we pivoted to home learning for the COVID pandemic. We saw our staff and students do extraordinary things, and I think we can learn with some combination of the opportunities in which we can deliver our education. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Van Buren. Next up is Mr. Elder.
I think one way to, definitely that enrollment reflects our money comes in. I think that we should focus on the bigger picture about what good Milan is doing instead of everybody trying to have the last word in and posting negativity. So, and because, for instance, I had sold 3 chickens to somebody up in Pinckney, and they said they were deciding between Milan and Pinckney. And I asked them, well, why didn't they pick Milan? They're like, well, if you look on the internet, it seems like everybody wants to have the last word. So they decided that they wanted their kids in the Pinckney school system. So I think that we should definitely start focusing on good things instead of the bad things.
Thank you. Ms. Pryor.
I believe that declining enrollment affects our school system and that it leads to loss of quality, loss of teachers. You can't give them raises. They're going to go to what is the thing that is needed the most to prepare our kids for school, for life. Everybody has a different opinion on what that is. So when you come to make choices, nobody can agree on what is the most important. It also leads to, as the opinion of the school district goes down, it leads to more families being unhappy with us, which leads to bigger and bigger loss. So declining enrollment is a large issue that we need to get a handle on to start putting our school district out there as something that provides positivity, that we are showing that we can work together to make the changes that we need to bring the kids in. I also specifically chose the school district when I looked for schools. It provided the right kind of environment for my children, a little bit of rural but close to the city, and the programming that was offered. It would be hard for me to choose this school without some of the programs that you had decided to offer. Why would we give our voucher money to ECA when we need it here? And that's a program that's really benefiting my family. So I think trying to increase our enrollment is a major issue that we need to focus on.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Well, that question is raised. It's very difficult for me to answer specifically because I don't know just how much our enrollment declined, and I don't know specifically what the state of our finances are. But I'll take it as a given that our enrollment is declining, and I'll take it as a given that money is an issue. I think though, rather than seeing this as a problem, we should try and see it as an opportunity maybe to decrease class sizes, particularly at Paddock and Simons. Give us a chance to try and develop creative and innovative ways of funding the programs that we have, maybe looking for outside monies through some of the foundations that have particular interest in innovative educational programs. We also need to make sure that the community is fully aware of what we're doing, why we're doing it, and how we're doing it, and continue to solicit community input on that, but also input from the staff. I was pleased to see that the board asked if there were any students that wanted to speak. I would also like to see us encourage faculty to come and speak. And I was disappointed that there weren't students here to speak. But I think that this is an opportunity for us to reevaluate just how we go about funding our programs and how we go about determining class sizes and what's most appropriate.
Thank you. Mr. Tapke.
So declining enrollment, as has been indicated, is not only a district problem, but it's a problem in many districts across the state. In my personal opinion, that is, society has changed, and that is probably causing that. Until we can fix that, we have to deal with the budget. I mean, declining enrollment means we have budget problems. When I was elected supervisor in 2016 at London Township, I was responsible for the budget of London Township. When I was elected, I inherited a carryover of only $1,200. That was our entire carryover. So the township was broke and deeply in debt. The township hadn't had a balanced budget in over 20 years prior to me being elected. Every year I was in office, the budget was balanced. The first year hurt a lot because of the changes I had to make. But it got better with each year after that. And by the time my term ended, we were not only out of debt, we had a nice little carryover, and that was increasing every year. Right now, London Township enjoys a carryover of about $1.2 million. So that's about 1,000 times the carryover of when I was elected. So I have some experience with dealing with difficult, very difficult budgets, and I would welcome the challenge to help this board get through those problems as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is our fourth round. The question will be asked by Ms. Freight, and the first candidate is Ms. Eggman.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here tonight. It's a long process, and I appreciate your patience and your understanding with everything. My question is, given all the issues that arise, our pandemic, our budget, et cetera, how can we as a board stay focused on our students?
I think the most important thing is at the end of the day to remember why we're all here and to remember that our goal is to offer the best possible education to the students. I think that there are going to be a million and one things that always come up that don't have a perfect solution and can easily lead you down another path. And I just think that it's important to remember why we're all here and know that, you know, at the end of the day, the board all shares the same mission to educate our students and to make sure that our students are safe and getting the education that they deserve. So I think that that's really what we need to be doing, is making sure that we're talking to them and that we're seeing what we're doing and how it's affecting them and asking the students and just, again, being present and making sure that we're hearing what's going on and how everything is affecting the students, and hearing what they have to say about what might help them in any of the transitional periods.
Thank you. Mr. DeAngeli.
I feel like I should turn the podium this way so I know to keep eye contact with the person asking the question. I mean, I would say, you know, school board is a political office, and you're accountable to your voters every election cycle. And that's part of the responsibility. The way you stay focused on students is to continue to engage your constituents, because they don't care what the issues are in the budget. They care about their children. But I think beyond that, it's just an ongoing process of engagement. I mean, and that means, you know, talking extensively to, I mean, of course, obviously you coordinate closely with the superintendent, but the principal, the teachers, and the parents. And, you know, it's what, I mean, it's what all public officials have to do, is constantly be engaging with as many aspects of the constituencies as they can. And that means, you know, having coffee hours. That means having, you know, having regular constituent services. That means having, you know, being available, having staff. Or if you can't afford to hire staff, then you got to do it all yourself. Which, you know, I mean, it's not an enormously large school district, but, you know, I used to know a guy who didn't know when he was running for office that you have these things called likely voter lists, and he knocked on every single door in his district and talked to every single person. He said when he got elected, my mission was to make sure I wanted every single constituent to have their own legislative tribute to themselves made up by my office. I don't think he actually did that much, but that's what it's always about, is constant engagement. So, because yeah, the parents will tell you. So that's my best answer I can get. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gutierrez.
You were doing so good all night.
I'm sorry.
Gutierrez.
Gutierrez.
Ms. Freight, would you please repeat the question?
Certainly, Carrie. Given all the issues that arise with our pandemic, budget, everything we have to face, how can the board stay focused on our students?
Thank you. I agree. There's, you know, as I was preparing for this process, I spent a lot of time culling through the district's website, each individual school's website, reading policies and best practices, and, you know, it made me really reflect on the importance of this role, but also having a deep appreciation for all the strengths that we have here in this district. And I think one of the things, in light of all of those challenges that we face, is to really remind ourselves of the deep and wonderful assets and strengths we have here in this district. And I'm not going to elaborate on all of them here, as I articulated those in my written application, but I think that's important for us to take an assessment of what we have, what resources we have, and what we have in terms of priorities to move forward with. That being said, I think as we approach new challenges and stay focused on what's important is the education and well-being of our students and our staff, but also our families. And as a scientist, I would approach this in almost a scientific type of method. I would start by listening and gathering information. I would be speaking to students, teachers, parents. I'd want to know what is going well, but also what is not. What are the things that we can learn from our constituents in terms of improvement? I'd report this back. I'd share this back with my fellow board members and engage in a dialogue about how to tackle that issue. I would plan. I would seek outside resources. I would ask experts in areas in which I do not have expertise. I would then work with my fellow board members to implement action. I would brainstorm ideas, put forth plans, and set priorities. But before implementing those, I would bring those back to the community and engage again in dialogue and listening to get buy-in from those strategies. And then I would evaluate the effectiveness of those changes, and of course, at the end, listen some more. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rousseau.
I'm sure it's very easy to get distracted by life and all the different voices and opinions. But yes, I think staying positive, staying focused on the things in Milan that potentially can make us better. And that's our students. I think, you know, if you, through communication, finding out where people are, finding out how to help them, what would help them most, not being afraid to look outside to, you know, find those answers, find the best, as Carrie said, the best practices elsewhere, and not being afraid to use them here. And like, as I've heard a couple things about fellow, like other districts in town, I'm starting to wonder if we don't do things better here in some ways. So, yes, being present, being here, and looking at our strengths and just listening to the people around us and of course the students. I think that's where we can gain the most knowledge about staying in the moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pryor.
I believe how we stay focused is to come back to the things that the board has already prepared. Our mission, our values, our strategic plan. What are the things that we have found to be the most important in Milan to help prepare our kids for life? It is easy to get sidetracked in propaganda, in the loud voices that come in, or even email or call, who focus on one issue and try to pigeonhole us into being about one topic. I think that if we acknowledge those issues, if we are willing to communicate with people over and over again, even if it's things we don't want to hear, I think keeping that dialogue open, but then coming back again. Okay, we've heard you, now we have to refocus in on what is important to bring our kids into the next decade, the next part of their life. All of the things that our school provides to make our kids a whole person. I believe that as a school that is pretty small, that we have a strong community, that we can get information from them easily, that we can use that information to help us realign our focus. Maybe the things that we have in our plan is not what needs to be in the plan going forward. We just need to always come back to the policies and practices we put in place to continue to provide good education to our kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tapke. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Elder. I apologize. Mr. Elder's next.
I found keys in the parking lot. Did anybody miss their keys? It says inside track club. These anybody's? Okay, thank you.
Just hold on.
Alicia.
All right. Mr. Elder.
This question reflects back to the big picture. We've got a community, we've got students, we got staff, we got board members, we got everything. And I think that the board should just sit and focus on the safety of our students, educating our students, retaining our staff, and quit circling back 3 board meetings later and trying to give a reason why you voted for somebody else or for a reason. You made that decision, just move on, move forward. We got these kids, we got to educate.
Thank you. Mr. Tapke.
I think the easiest way that this board can stay focused on the students is to stay focused on the staff and teachers. Obviously, we can't go out and talk with every student, but by keeping an open line of communication with the other staff, with the teachers, transportation, everything, find out where the shortages are, see if we can correct that. Again, a lot of that steers back to the budget. Without adequate funds, you can't hire teachers, you can't hire and pay for quality teachers, quality bus drivers. You can't get enough bus drivers. We can't get the kids to school. What's the point in having a good school if the kids aren't here? So the board has to look at all of that and talk with the staff that is having problems. If they're having problems, we need to listen and act on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Well, I think the best way that the board can stay involved with students is to pick me to serve on the board. I would be both micro and macro focused on students. I would want to get into the schools and talk with all the principals of the schools, with the teachers in the schools, and the students from kindergarten through, all the way through high school. I think I have an Army 50 years ago in working with education in one way or another. In Milan, I run a bullyproofing camp where I taught kids how to deal with bullying situations. I've worked with kids in Little League, particularly in the youngest kids, 4, 5, 6-year-olds. I've worked with high school kids. Until COVID hit, I was involved with a group that was trying to prevent suicide. It's called Lifesavers Club, that was developed when we had the unfortunate incident of losing some kids a number of years ago. So I've worked with kids in Milan at all levels for a long time.
Thank you. Ms. Hoover.
Will you please read the question again? Thank you.
Certainly. My question was, given all the issues that arise, how can the board stay focused on our students?
So given all the issues going on in the community and the world, there certainly are a lot. I think one of the main things is just to meet students and other parties and responsible parties and parents. Just meet them where they're at, engage with them, and just be non-confrontational. And you really have to have like a hyper focus on the issue. It's not the angry parent. It's not the angry kid. It's not the angry community members. It's it's about the issue and getting the students what they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chittister.
A lot of great ideas so far. For me, it's a matter of involving them in their education. It's hard to feel like you're focused on something if you're not involving your target in their own education. That could be in bits and pieces. Little things go a long way. You could have a board member read the announcements every morning at school, or come and meet and greet at lunch, or low-cost, high-energy activities that make students feel like you are involved, you're here, and you care. You are already focusing on the students with your strategic plan. All of the pillars are focused on our duty to students, and that is what ultimately matters, and it is very targeted to all facets of what education requires. You are very good at SMART goals. SMART goals is very important in my job. Small, measurable, attainable, relevant, and time-bound. It's hard to have a goal that doesn't see fruition for 10 years. It's nice to see a quick payoff with something that is actually measurable and palatable to everyone involved. And I think, especially today, asking for the community's help in focusing on the students, because if we are not all focused on the students and their needs, it's going to fall down somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now we're on to our last question. It'll be from Ms. Rosen-Leacher. The first candidate is Ms. Rousseau.
Hi. How do you balance your personal beliefs and responsibility to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in our school district? And what concrete steps do you plan to take to ensure that students of all backgrounds, identities, and beliefs are welcomed and supported?
Just one more time.
How do you balance your personal beliefs with the responsibility to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in our school district? And what concrete steps do you plan to take to ensure that students of all backgrounds, identities, and beliefs are welcomed and supported?
I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be here, and I'm really glad that I threw my hat in the ring. This question, I think, is pretty easy for me. So my balance comes from my daughter. My 8-year-old, she has Down syndrome. And really, for me, that's the only thing that's important. Like, I was really behind doing like a citywide thing of inclusion for like the Rock Your Socks, along with all the other special needs advocates that are part of that tribe. I think inclusion is ultimately important because everyone needs to be involved. The fears that I have, that I've shared with even some of the people on the board, come from like what happens in middle school or what happens in high school. Like elementary schools are pretty easy, and like my daughter's class had some of the most compassionate children in our school district, I'm sure. And what those fears kind of led me, I'm a problem solver, so I think about scaffolding and how do we help. And so I looked to the leaders in town, adults. We lead by example. And that was why it was so important to get businesses and organizations and reach out to the board and Mr. Gerbach to send out the word and, get it in the high school. I don't know how much it helps in reality. It helps me as a mother, and that's part of my balance because I need to be active in the community and do what I can to make my daughter's life and all of the children, if I'm, whatever helps my daughter, I know will help others. So that's why I'm going to. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Ms. Gutierrez.
The way I think of diversity, equity, and inclusion is perhaps in an apolitical way. I think that this phrase over the last many years has become misinterpreted. But I mentioned earlier that I think of the role of the educational system as preparing a diverse set of students that are active, thriving, and contributing members to society. And the reality is that we live in a diverse and democratic society. And so I believe that education as a public institution is one that is tasked with providing students the knowledge and the skills they need to thrive and contribute to that society. So I think it goes without saying that as a board member, I would support aspects that would train our students to live, work, and interact with others who may be different from them in a variety of ways. That is the cornerstone of what it means to be a contributing member of society. As far as equity, equity is not the same thing as equality, and it doesn't mean providing the same thing to every single person. One thing that I was very interested in and agreement with in reading the goals of the Board of Education was an individualized aspect of each child's education. And with equity, that means that different students need different things. And so I think that is something that we can all agree as parents, as community members, that we need to meet each student where they are And that too is a cornerstone of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And finally, ultimately, the goal of education is not only to help individuals succeed, but to train them collectively as a society, as a collective, well-functioning society. That means that inclusion, coming together, working together, problem-solving together, must be a cornerstone of our educational philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Well, I think now, and I've thought for a long time, that the key to that is trying to find a way to deal with the bullying situation in schools. I was bullied when I was a kid, dealt with a whole lot of kids in Milan who've been bullied. And I tell the kids, nobody's born a bully. You know, they're taught to be a bully. And one of the things that I'm aware of is we need to sympathize not only with the victim, but also with the bully themselves. I remember seeing numbers that 50% of kids who are bullies in middle school end up incarcerated at some point in their life. Right? When I ran bully proofing camp, I had a series of stories I wrote for the kids about a little boy we called Billy Bad. Not because he was an evil kid, but because he made a lot of bad decisions. He was impulsive. And during the course of those 5 stories that we told the kids, he learned about experiencing bullying, seeing other kids being bullied, starting to work with others to re-socialize those who were bullying them. And at the end of the story, you know, all the bullies have come over to the away from the dark side. There's a lot of bullying that goes on, and it goes on at all levels. Now, I don't have fingers to point at any specific people in Milan schools. I know kids sometimes tell me that they're bullied by this teacher. Sometimes that may be true, sometimes it may not. Kids have different perceptions. But I do think that we have to be particularly careful with people in positions of authority. What we call bullying as children has different names when people get to be adults. It becomes domestic violence and other related issues. And a lot of those people that are bullies tend to go into positions where they have authority over other people. So we need to be particularly careful of that in our school system.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Tapke.
I would easily be able to balance my beliefs based on what I have seen with my daughter. I have an adult autistic daughter that she's basically nonverbal. But when she went through school, I witnessed, she would go to school and you could see that she was an easy target. But I usually didn't see her get bullied or teased. I saw kids stepping up and helping her. They couldn't even hardly communicate with her, but they knew what her needs were. And I see these kids who didn't even know Laura. They would walk up to her and help her, whether they were on the bus or in class. So, in answer to the question specifically, I would follow suit with those students that helped my daughter. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Chittister.
To answer the first part of the question, in brief, my beliefs take a back seat to my duty. Regardless of what I believe, we have an obligation to our students to make them feel supported, included, and to be placed in an environment where they're comfortable to learn. As to what activities and programs we could do, there are all sorts we could list here, as small as incorporation into daily activities. I can't come up with a specific example there, but making sure that they're aware of supportive opportunities if they're struggling, if anyone has questions, doubts, concerns, that there are support groups available for them. And on the higher end of things, having open conversations. I have seen in all of my career the most progress happening where there are open conversations happening. Even if the classroom takes a step away from the educational portion. If there's a chance to teach someone a life lesson, that open conversation is more important than whatever math lesson.
Thank you. Ms. Hoover.
Would you read the question again, please?
Sure. How do you balance your personal beliefs with the responsibility to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in our school district? And what concrete steps do you plan to take to ensure that students of all backgrounds, identities, and beliefs are welcomed and supported?
So I mentioned earlier, that seems kind of loud. I mentioned earlier about being a social worker, and we have to follow the NASW Code of Ethics. And that first ethical principle that I identify with most is service to others, and we really have to elevate service to others above self-interest. So it doesn't matter what my beliefs are or how I believe. I got to work with everyone, and I think that is really important to have that perspective in any elected or appointed position. And as far as like how to accomplish those things, I think we have to think about cultural humility versus cultural competence, because cultural humility implies an environment of learning, and we can all do that no matter our own beliefs. Lastly, thank you all for this opportunity, and thank you for the candidates and the audience, and most of all, thank you to our teachers.
Thank you. Mr. D'Angeli.
This question is kind of personal to me, honestly. I would dare say that I went to a segregated middle school. It was a magnet school, it was called. And I grew up in the Washington, D.C. area, and every morning we had to share a bus. The middle schoolers and the high schoolers shared a bus. School started about an hour different time, so it was about an hour and a half. I'd be at 5 o'clock in the morning to be bused from one end of the county all the way to the other one to go to the Tacoma Park Middle School, where the magnet students who had one racial profile were very different from the profile of the non-magnet local students. And not only that, but we had different teachers. There was one set of teachers that we had and one set of teachers that they had, and the exception was gym and band. I'd had about enough of that after middle school. I didn't even bother applying to the high school program. And that's something that was painful to see, painful to experience, to see what the students must have felt like. I asked my mother, why are we being bused all the way across the county to go to this school? Well, because you see, that's the lowest performing school in the county, and this way we can average out the non-magnet, the magnet scores, and it appears that we have equity across our county. It was an illusion created for politicians, for reports to say, oh, we have equity, we have equality in all of our schools in the county, but the reality was they were importing students from one part of the county to the other, and create the illusion of that when we had two very different educational environments. The answer is integration. And, you know, my great-grandmother, she was a famous children's book author and illustrator. We read The Door in the Wall when I was in 5th grade. Shamefully, that's now considered a 7th to 9th grade level book, but the theme of it was the Middle Ages. They're talking about overcoming physical disabilities in Middle Ages England in a time of war and disease. She's written books about racial prejudice. She's written books about Polish coal miners. And the theme in all those books was, we're all the same. We all have this common humanity. Is that the cutoff sign, or is it the 5 to 10 second sign? I would just end by saying this. You can teach tolerance and equality in your materials. You don't get that by obsessing about it and drilling it into students. You get it by demonstrating to them with leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Eggman. Ms. Eggman, yep.
I think the first part to the question is a pretty easy answer for me, and that's, this isn't for me, this is for the students. And I would hope that that's why we're all here, for the students. And our goal as educators and as members of the board is to create that inclusive classroom that gives each and every student a place where they feel safe and they feel like they belong. And I think the steps to achieving that is making sure that we have the best and most qualified staff. It's making sure that our staff know how to accommodate for every type of student. Our students are coming from all different backgrounds, have all different strengths, and in the classroom they need to all get the same education. So in order to do that, we need staff that knows how to accommodate for them and knows how to work with them. We want staff that is going to go out of their way to teach them what it is that they need to learn. We need parapros that are there to help them and again, accommodate for them. We don't want students or we don't want teachers that are going to modify and change the education that they're getting. We want all of our students to leave the classroom with the same education and at the same level. We don't want to modify things based off their level. So again, I think that all students need to be supported in the ways that they need that better suit their education. And that's part of the reason why I wanted to be on the board, because I don't get to just create and ensure that there is this inclusion and diversity in one classroom. I get to make sure that it's in all classrooms in all the districts because all students deserve that in every step of their education. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Elder.
I look at inclusion as having two different daughters, and you know, once a month I allow them to have friends over, and they have 4 friends, and we normally eat out, and some kids aren't allowed to eat pork, some kids are allergic to cheese, or you know, some kids aren't allowed to have fast food. So I got to accommodate to that. So I take them and let them pick what they want, say at Subway. It's like the board does. You got to pick, you know, you have to leave the options, you have to give good options and hire good teachers and retain good teachers so that the teachers know the students. That way they can accommodate to their behaviors on whatever they need to have.
Thank you, Mr. Elder. Ms. Pryor.
I think that we balance our personal beliefs by knowing what we believe and recognizing that even though we hold those beliefs strongly, the other people also hold their beliefs just as strongly. So if we can't find a way to meet and discuss those, then we let our personal beliefs overtake our ability to work with others. So I believe that for me, I would try to stay focused on what is best for the whole student body, remembering that diversity, equity, and inclusion isn't just about one issue. It can be diversity of socioeconomic status, of how a kid shows up to school and has different, how prepared they are, not through any fault of their own or their parents, just by the economic life that they live. What type of parental environment they do have. 1 mom, 2 moms, 2 dads, 1 parent, maybe they're in a foster home. How do we meet the needs of those kids by recognizing and including them in all the conversations? But I think it also means having safe spaces for everybody, for people who believe differently, to be able to have open dialogue. And I think that that's hard now, but I am not a person who's above believing that we can find a way to make those changes, to make the environment more encouraging. I think that by having diversity, we encourage empathy, which fosters understanding, which helps us get along better and to have a better school environment. I would just like to say that I believe being part of the board, it would make me, I would know that I would have to focus on the whole student body and not just focus on my own beliefs, but I do believe in service to others, because through serving each other, we become free. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to all our candidates here. And also to the members of the district communications team for helping out. Thank you. Everyone is welcome to go find a seat, a more comfortable seat than that hard chair. So while we do that, we can kind of take a little stretch break here while everybody finds a seat. Yeah, we'll reset. I'll take a motion to recess.
Motion by Rosenleacher.
Support by Murray.
It's been moved and seconded to recess. Ms. Heika.
Heika, yes. Murray,
Yes.
Rosenleacher,
Yes.
Sislo,
Yes.
Farrow,
Yes.
Freight.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0. Right?
All right, we'll take a 5-minute break. Okay. Did they win? That's good. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order, 8:51. At this time, the board members have ballots with each of the candidates' name on them. I'll ask them to rank them from 1 to 10, 1 being the highest, 10 being the lowest. And then we'll ask them to be passed into the secretary for those votes to be read. And then I will tally those votes as they're read. And from that point, we'll see how those tallies come out and determine who will move forward to the next round of voting. So at this time, board members will rank the candidates 1 to 10, and then we'll ask you to pass those in to Ms. Heike. Just a reminder, board, we're just going to rank the candidates 1 through 10. We will not rank Mr. Van Buren.
And then, so what I'll do is I'll read each candidate and then their number.
That's
Is that
correct.
the easiest way for you?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
So this is the ballot of Sarah Murray. Angela Chidester, 3. Adam DeAngeli, 8. Robin Edgman, 5. George Melvin Elder IV, 10. Danielle Hoover, 4. Carrie Carvanon Gutierrez, 1. Cassie Pryor, 2. Laura Russo, 6. James Smith, 9. Gary Tapke, 7.
Got it.
Okay. This is Tom Farrow's ballot. Angela Chichester, 2. Adam DeAngeli, 7. Robin Edgman, 5. George Melvin Elder IV, 4. Danielle Hoover, 9. Carrie Carvanon Gutierrez, 1. Cassie Pryor, 3. Laura Russo, 8. James M. Smith, 10. Gary Topke, 10. Or 6, sorry, 6.
Got it.
This is Kirsten Freight's ballot. Angela Chichester, 3. Adam DeAngeli, 1. Robin Eggman, 8. George Melvin Elder IV, 5. Danielle Hoover, 10. Carrie Carvanon Gutierrez, 6. Cassie Pryor, 4. Laura Russo, 9. James Smith, 7. Gary Topke, 2.
Got it.
This is Betty Rosen-Leacher's ballot. Angela Chichester, 3. Adam DeAngeli, 8. Robin Eggman, 7. George Melvin Elder IV, 5. Danielle Hoover, 6. Carrie Carvanon Gutierrez, 2. Cassie Pryor, 1. Laura Russo, 9. James Smith, 10. Gary Topke, 4.
Got it.
This is Andrew Sislow's ballot. Angela Chichester, 2. Adam DeAngeli, 8. Robin Eggman, 5. George Melvin Elder IV, 9. Danielle Hoover, 10. Carrie Carvanon Gutierrez, 1. Cassie Pryor, 3. Laura Russo, 7. James Smith, 6. Gary Topke, 4.
Got it.
And this is my ballot. Angela Chichester, 3. Adam DeAngeli, 7. Robin Eggman, 8. George Melvin Elder IV, 9. Danielle Hoover, 6. Carrie Carvanon Gutierrez, 1. Cassie Pryor, 2. Laura Russo, 4. James Smith, 5. And Gary Topke, 10.
All right. So just quickly, you can write down Chichester is 16. DeAngeli is 39. Eggman is 38. Elder is 42. Hoover is 45. Gutierrez is 12. Cass Pryor is 15. Rousseau is 43. Smith is 47. Tapke is 33. All right, so that means the top, ranking them, it's Gutierrez, Pryor, Chichester, Eggman. Wait a minute, I'm sorry. Gutierrez is 12, Pryor is 15, Chichester is 16, Tapke is 33, Eggman is 38, DeAngeli is 39, Elders 42, Rousseau's 43, Hoover's 45, and Smith is 47. So from there, we can take the top 5 or the top 6. If we take the top 5, that would be Gutierrez, Pryor, Chittister, Tapke, Eggman, and DeAngeli. Yeah, I guess, is that what you guys, do you want to go with the top 5 or the top 6?
I think top 5 is fine.
I agree.
Could you repeat the top 5?
Yep. So the top 5 going on is Gutierrez, Pryor, Chittister, Tapke, and Eggman. So what I'll ask you to do is write those candidate names in the boxes. So the top box will be in alphabetical order. Again, let me put that back to alphabetical order. All right, so the names that you'll write in are Chittister, next is Eggman, next is Gutierrez, next is Pryor, and next is Tapke. So your ballot should read Chittister, Eggman, Gutierrez, Pryor, and Tapke. You'll rank these candidates from 1 to 5. I'm ready.
This is Mr. Sislow's ballot. Chittister 2, Eggman 5, Carbonon Gutierrez 1, Pryor 3, Tapke 4. This is Sarah Murray's ballot. Chittister 3, Eggman 4, Carvanon Gutierrez 1, prior 2, Topke 5.
Got it.
This is Kirsten Freight's ballot. Chichester 2, Egmont 3, Carvanon Gutierrez 5, prior 4, Topke 1.
Got it.
This is Rosen Leacher's ballot. Chichester 3, Egmont 5, Carvanon Gutierrez 2, prior 1, Topke 4.
Got it.
This is Tom Farrow's ballot. Chichester 2, Egmont 4, Carvanon Gutierrez 1, prior 3, Topke 5.
Got it.
This is my ballot. Chichester 3, Egmont 4, Carvanon Gutierrez 1, prior 2, Topke 5.
All right, that puts Chichester at 15, Eggman at 25, Gutierrez at 11, Pryor at 15, and Tapke at 24. So I think from here we'll take the top three, which would be, I'll have you write these down. Will be Chichester, Gutierrez, and Pryor.
Ready? Yep. This is Andrew Sislow's ballot. Chichester 2, Carvanon Gutierrez 1, prior 3.
Got it.
This is Sarah Murray's ballot. Chichester 3, Carvanon Gutierrez 1, prior 2.
Got it.
This is Kirsten Freight's ballot. Chichester 1, Carvanon Gutierrez 3, prior 2.
Got it.
This is Tom Farrow's ballot. Chichester 2, Carvanon Gutierrez 1, prior 3.
Got it.
This is Betty Rosen Leacher's ballot. Chichester 3, Carvedan Gutierrez 2, prior 1.
Got it.
This is my ballot. Chichester 3, Carvedan Gutierrez 1, prior 2.
That puts Chichester at 14, Gutierrez at 9, and Pryor at 13. With that vote, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Sislo, I move to appoint Carrie Carvedan Gutierrez to serve as a member of the Board of Education of Milan Area Schools for the unexpired term of Carrie Macchio, who resigned, ending on December 31st, 2024, as authorized by law.
Support by Farrow.
It's been moved and supported to appoint Carrie A. Carvedan Gutierrez to serve as a member of the Board of Education of Milan Area Schools for the unexpired term of Carrie Macchio, who resigned, ending on December 31st, 2024, as authorized by law. Is there any discussion? Again, I would just like to thank the candidates for coming out. Appreciate all the time that you did in preparing the written answers and being here to answer the questions. It's a great sign of the community that there's somebody that wants to be involved. We appreciate it. And again, thank you for the help during that interview process. Any other comments?
I agree. I want to thank all of the candidates. That's a grueling process. I've never had to go through the appointment process, but I've had to go through and meet the candidates forum. I know how difficult and nerve-wracking that can be, and I thought all of you were very well prepared and did a great job. I do. And thank you so much to our communications committee members. You continue to help us through everything, and so I really appreciate all that you have done and all that you continue to do for us. Thank you.
All right, it's been moved and supported to appoint Carrie Caravan Gutierrez to serve as a member of the Board of Education of Milan Area Schools for the unexpired term of Carrie Macchio, who resigned, and the term ends on December 31st, 2024, as authorized by law. Ms. Heika.
Murray,
Yes.
Rosenleacher,
Yes.
Sislo,
Yes.
Farrow,
Yes.
Freight,
Yes.
Heike, yes. Motion carries 6-0.
All right, congratulations. You will be in contact with Mr. Gearbaugh and Ms. Ann Ford in order to take the oath of office so that you can serve at our next board meeting. Again, let's give a round of applause to all the candidates. All right, next up on the agenda is we have the book study of Why Meadow Died. Again, this was a book that was provided for us to read and consider. It's about the shooting down in Florida and in regards to the measures of the reasons why that school shooting occurred. We're reviewing chapters this evening. So just as kind of a starting point, chapter 5, the authors studied the upbringing of the school shooter. His name was Nicholas Cruz, but they refer to him as his prison number. His birth mother had a violent criminal history related to drugs, his adoption and home life, early violent acts, and school history. He was briefly treated at a school for students with extreme behavioral disabilities and then entered Marjorie Stoneman Douglas as a sophomore, despite continued obsession with violence. There was an ultimate decision that he was to mainstream Cruz, which his mother was pushing for, along with a teacher consultant at the school. He merged with another school during that time, and the author argues that the decision to mainstream Cruz was to make the school appear orderly and successful. So that was what chapter 5 was about. chapter 6, this is when he went to Stoneman Douglas High School. It continues to speak about his poor behavior. There was even a time that a citizen warned law enforcement about an Instagram post of him with guns and comments that he planned to kill people in his school. Law enforcement declined to write a report off of that Instagram post. It's reported the sheriff deputies went to Cruz's home 45 times prior to the school shooting, and none of those times resulted in his arrest. There's a time that Cruz instigated a fight, and school officials ordered the students who took the videos of the fight to delete them. The students asked for help, complaining that Cruz had threatened to kill them and or their families. He had threatened to rape people. He brought dead animals, knives, and bullets to school. And Cruz was given an in-house suspension and a safety plan that banned him from bringing a backpack on campus and required him to be frisked every day. So that was what chapter 6 was about. Others have comments?
You summarized that quite well. The chapter 5 delineates just an extraordinary amount of disturbing behaviors in Mr. Cruz's disciplinary logs. The author suggests that the institutions around Mr. Cruz, especially the Briard school system, failed, and that there were warning signs for various institutions to intervene. When Mr. Cruz entered middle school, he was not placed in a specialized classroom despite his behavioral issues. He would curse, threaten others. In short, students were afraid of him. Given Cruz's disciplinary history, he should have been moved to one of 3 schools in Broward schools for students with extreme behavioral disabilities. Once at Cross Creek, after several months, the teachers recommended that Cruz be mainstreamed to attend MSD despite their knowledge of his disturbing behavior at Westglade School. They knew about his obsession with guns and dreams about killing people, as Mr. Sislo referenced. The ESE specialist was especially alarmed by entries made by 3 different educators about Cruz's fixation with guns and killing. The ESE specialist had voiced her concerns about Cruz, indicating he was dangerous and it would be a mistake to mainstream Cruz full-time. The author indicates that the ESE specialist recalled being told to, quote, stay in your lane because the decisions were not hers to make. The Promise program agreement is referenced as well. As Mr. Sislo indicated, there were a number of calls to the Cruz home. References made to a fight where Cruz was punching another student and that student's face. Several students relayed to high school administration that Cruz had threatened to rape people, brought dead animals, knives, bullets to school, as Mr. Sislo referenced. And again, he received a 2-day internal suspension and developed a safety plan that banned him from bringing a backpack to campus. I think Mr. Sislo's summary was very good. Thank you.
Yep.
I agree. I think that the other parts that this book, or these 2 chapters at least, delineate are some of the traumas that Mr. Cruz himself witnessed. So Mr. Cruz was adopted by his parents. I do take issue, I know it's not going to surprise a lot of people, I take issue with some of the language that's used around Mr. Cruz's adoption. The author specifically says that his parents effectively bought him for $50,000. I think any adoptive parent, much like I am, takes very significant offense to that statement. No adoptive parent purchases their children. Having said that, though, Mr. Cruz's adoptive father died in front of him in the living room, which he was very young when that happened. I can't remember. He was very young. But then also in middle school, I believe, Mr. Cruz attempted to kill himself by running into a very busy street in the middle of a fire drill. And that act alone should have placed him in some sort of, or given him some services through the state, which under Florida's red flag laws, if he had been placed and given the help that he clearly needed, he would have been prevented under Florida's red flag law from purchasing the guns that he later purchased and then used in the school shooting. So I think what is important here, or my takeaway on this, and I've said this before, is that it really does take everyone who's involved in the community, from the schools, from the parents, from the students, because there are some recounting of students' interactions with Mr. Cruz, and it's not clear in some of the recounting of whether or not the students reported that behavior to staff or administrators. And some of it's pretty disturbing. I mean, he brought dead animals to school, and he had videos apparently of him skinning animals and things like that. But then, so was any of this reported? I'm not really sure. But then, you know, his parents could have been more proactive, and as you keep reading, you will see that, yeah, I believe, the book doesn't say this, but it's my own thought, that his mom just was so defeated, she kind of gave up, it seems like. The school district kind of moved him around and didn't necessarily get him the help that he needed, and then even the state, when the child, he's a child at this point, attempts to kill himself, the state doesn't give him the assistance that he needs. So you don't see another example of a kid who's crying out for, I need help, and no one is listening from the top to the bottom.
Mr. Sislo?
Yes.
I appreciate the summary and what others have shared already, but I'm going to put on my 30 years of education and school administration and completely say there were thousands of things based upon this take, thousands of things within that school system that went wrong. Mm-hmm. But there's also many things that went wrong in the home, as hard as I think the mother who was left alone to raise him, she tried, but did she have the support she needed? There were law enforcement failures. You know, when a report is made and you have a law enforcement officer who says, well, they're not going to do anything, we don't know that to be true. But I took umbrance with, in chapter 5, when the author tried to talk about response to intervention and restorative justice or restorative practices as being, it felt to me that there was blame placed on those practices. And one of the statements that's made in chapter 5 is that restorative practice, restorative justice is without consequence. What we know about restorative practices and restorative justice in our schools, at least here in Washtenaw County, is that restorative justice and restorative practices are not without consequence. There are times when issues happen, children make poor choices that may or may not require a specific consequence, but amends needs to be made. That's particularly true when we're working with elementary school students, when we're teaching them how to be a part of a community and a part of society. But as our young people grow older and their acts continue to grow, restorative justice, restorative practices may only be a part of it, but it doesn't exclude consequences. And I believe very strongly, in the short time I've been on this board, I've seen that in action. I've seen how we've attempted restorative practices. It may or may have not worked. There have been consequences, in many cases very severe consequences, but we continue to try to educate the youth that are involved with these egregious acts and continue to provide restorative practices when and where the person who has been the center of the attack would be open to it. But under no circumstances, and there's a really horrific scene in here where there's a young female that's put in charge of him and left alone unattended for an hour as his counseling helper coach in restorative practices. I cannot begin to imagine that that would occur here
in our district, our county, our state. So I want to be cautious that we oversimplify practices that we know are benefit to children. And response to intervention isn't just behavior related, it's also academic related. It's adding those tiers of services to ensure that every one of our children have the opportunity to grow, succeed, and learn at their very highest levels.
Thank you, Ms. Rosenleacher. Others? All right. So we will read for next time for chapter 7 and 8. Next up on the agenda is communications and community engagement. We're going to have a discussion about the Big Red Chat scheduling. That's going to be led by Ms. Rosenleacher, the chair of the Communications Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sislo. As our community knows, we originally had a Big Red Chat scheduled for this evening, but due to Ms. Macchio's resignation and the necessity to have our interviews today, that was canceled. So a couple of things. I'd like to ensure that we have our last two for this school year on the calendar. So I'm seeking input from the board on looking at your calendars for April 17th, 19th, or 26th at 5 o'clock p.m., 5 to 6:30 p.m. And as a reminder, June 20th was already on our calendar for our last one of the year.
Do we have a time frame for that one?
Not specifically. I kind of kept it at that 5 to 6:30. We were seemingly getting some pretty nice crowds at that time, so.
Thank you.
And could you share the April dates again?
April 17th, 19th, or 26th.
Thank you.
Were our others at 5 o'clock? I thought they were later.
We had a couple that were we had a couple that were before the board meeting, so they were at like, I think it was 5:30 to 6:30, and we
Okay.
just, and that worked well because then we just came right into the board meeting too. So
And I'm open to conversation to hosting it at a later time as well.
Well, I just, for some reason in my head, I feel like the one I did was later. But I'm not opposed to having at least one of these at 5 o'clock. I just personally, 5 o'clock is a very hard time because you're trying to get home from work, you're trying to get the kids settled, people are coming in from one event, going out to another event. So that's just my take, is that, 6 is a little bit better because then you can get everyone where they need to be and then people can go to a meeting. But that's just my personal.
Sure.
The one that we had on May 12th of 2022 was at 7 o'clock at Simon's. The one that we had on September 14th of 2022 was 5:30 at the high school, and that was before a board meeting. The last one that we had was January 17th, and that was 7 o'clock at the middle school.
Maybe we can split the difference.
So we'll try 6 o'clock?
I think 6 o'clock would be a good,
Yeah,
good
I
time to start.
share your 5 o'clock discomfort. I could make
Lovely.
it work, but it's difficult. Enough food into my child and myself to get here in time. 5:30 tonight was more doable for me personally.
So is there one of those dates that's seemingly working better? We would need 3 people to attend. And I think the topic, to kind of wrap up where we're at this point in the year on communication, the work that Mr. Gearbaugh has done, the Communication Committee has done, and how we plan to move forward with continuing to improve our communication in the district.
I'm open to any of those dates, so I
Thank
don't have
you.
a preference on the April one.
You can make those dates?
I can make any of those.
Okay.
So I'm open to all, so I don't want to be a determining factor. It's easy, either one, or
Well, it
any.
would probably make sense. I mean, we could, I can make those dates as well. So maybe with you two being on the communications committee and me starting on the communications committee, We can make one of those dates work. And I think this time we'll have it at Paddock.
Oh, I think.
On the
I was,
17th.
thank you,
think
Brian.
the
I was just
19th
going
would
to
be-
note
Well,
that.
then we won't do April 17th.
So the 19th, is that?
Looks good to me. And we're thinking at 6 o'clock.
Does that work? Oh. I actually printed the calendar too, so I have that with me. Okay, April 19th at 6 o'clock at Paddock.
Are we
Thank
thinking
you.
about changing the time for the 20th, Betty?
I think we can probably approach that at another time. I think that'll be
Okay.
great. Thank you, I appreciate that. And then just another point that I guess I want to bring to the board is we kind of scheduled these during the year. I would like to just kind of recommend that we look at moving forward when we do our 23-24 board schedule, that we look at scheduling our big red chats at the same time, with the understanding those may need to be moved if we have a situation like came tonight, but if we can get them on the calendar when we build our board calendar, then it could be posted with that board calendar at the same time.
Agreed.
I agree. And are you thinking of having one before the school season? I can't even talk tonight. Before school starts in the fall?
We can. I mean, I guess that it's really that one meeting. Because I'm thinking the first time we did it after school started, so it's kind of like everybody got back into the groove.
Right.
Because it's just, sometimes it feels kind of tough with summer vacations.
No, I agree. I just wonder if you have one, because they seem to be kind of topical based on the time of year, or what's happening in the school, or what's happening in the world even, because the last one we did was the school safety issue. And so I'm wondering if you do one before school starts, if people are in kind of back to school mode, if they have concerns about the back to school process, that maybe that's a topic you could, just a suggestion, because people will be in that mindset.
I think the other thing that we were talking about is to also just keep it around the strategic plan. I mean, we had the first one was about board service, and then we had a bigger chat on the strategic plan. Then we had school safety. If we focus on communication, potentially another one could be budget, especially with what we get from Lansing, and budget amendments and the budgets that we have to form for the school. So.
Sorry, I interrupted you.
That's my thought.
I agree with that, and I would suggest that we do that one in June, because the budget is due July, right?
June 30th.
June 30th. I was going to say July 1, so if it's due June 30th, then I think that's maybe a good time to explain that process. And my favorite topic, and how we have to set our budget, even though maybe the state's budget isn't set yet.
Just a suggestion for next year too is we will have the school quality survey again at the end of this school year.
Oh, yeah.
So that might be a topic for one of the early ones next year, that the board could go over the results of that and let the community know how they voiced their opinion in that survey.
Oh, yeah.
Just a suggestion.
That'd be a good back to school.
Thank you.
Okay. But at least we got April plan for communication at Paddock, and
Yes.
then maybe at the next meeting, we'll decide what we're going to do for June. And then we'll also have our organizational meeting where we'll tentatively schedule for the year going forward.
Mr. Sislo, is the organizational meeting the first or second meeting in June?
First.
Okay, thank you.
No, organizational meetings July.
Oh,
it's the first.
The first meeting in July.
First meeting in July. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
We'll start looking at the calendar in June, but you'll approve.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, any other discussion? So, Mr. Gearbout, we'll have you post that on the various the Facebook and Twitter and on the district website, and then also send out communication via the email channels. All right, as I discussed earlier, the WISD PAC update, I was in communication with Ms. Bennett. We will postpone her update until the first meeting in April. Appreciate her flexibility with that. That does bring us back to public comment. So a reminder, this meeting is a meeting of the Board of Education in public for the purpose of conducting the school district's business to be considered a public meeting. There are 2 times for public participation during the meeting as indicated in the agenda. When addressing the board, you will be asked to state your name. The board determines the amount of time granted to individuals or groups to speak. Each person shall be allowed to speak for up to 3 minutes. Board members may question speakers but are not obligated to answer questions or make statements or commitments in response to issues raised by the public. In general, such items will be referred to the superintendent for advisement, investigation, study, and/or recommendation, or designated as future agenda items for board consideration. Are there any students who would like to address the board? Public members to address the board.
Well, I see your commitment to diversity and inclusion is about as genuine as your many other sanctimonious claims. It's all talk and virtue signaling until it requires action. Wanted to address one of the questions that happened tonight about declining enrollment, which, I mean, let's be honest, you should all be aware of this, so it shouldn't be news to anyone. But for those of you that may not know this, decline is not something that's happening at all districts across the state, not even around this area. As a matter of fact, Dundee Airport and IDA, they are all considering not even offering school of choice next year because they're already so full. They can't take any more. So this is not something that is just happening. There's definitely things happening here in Milan specifically that's causing this. All this is also available at myschooldata.org, myschooldata.org. Milan was a destination district for a long time. That's part of the reason that a lot of people that we know are here. You know, they were a school of choice district. In 2013, 494 students came to Milan. Only 260 in Milan left. In 2021, though, that was a banner year for us. It actually became almost equal. 440 students came to Milan. 425 students left Milan. And congratulations to the board and the superintendent, because as of 2022 school year, there are more children in Milan choosing to go to school outside of Milan than kids that are choosing to come to Milan. In the last 10 years, that metric has now officially flipped. The number of children who are choosing to go outside of Milan's district has more than doubled what it was in 2013. That is a huge factor in our decline in enrollment and now our concerns about the future budget. If this is news to you, you need to ask your superintendent why, because it shouldn't be news to him. And then you need to look around and see what's happening, because maybe it's possible that some of these parents who are coming here talking to you are not your enemy. Maybe they're actually saying some things that you guys need to consider, because there is a reason why people are leaving this district, and it's not because we want certain books taken out of the library. We can keep speculating about that criminal investigation, but here's the reality of it. It's a politically charged issue, which means it might drag out. But as you may be aware, Milan isn't the only district that has an investigation, so although Michelle is totally confident in her assertion that you're not violating any statute, it appears that there are several county prosecutors who don't agree with her. So regardless of the truth, regardless of what happens, the truth is that the issue is already being tried in the court of public opinion, and the reaction from your community is overwhelmingly against keeping these books in the schools. So even though you claim to be so concerned about this mythical ACLU lawsuit, perhaps you should show the same concern for the opinions of your neighbors who elected you. As much as I'd love to stay comments passively aggressively attack me without restrictions, I'll be leaving. Sorry, Michelle.
Thank you for your comment. Are there others? Next up is student board representative comments. Ladies.
We would like to give a congrats to all the students who were inducted into the National Honor Society last night.
To everyone who was involved with the amazing MHS production of Mamma Mia that took place these past 2 weekends. To the Celine Milan water polo team for their season opener win against Ann Arbor Huron. And to the Milan girls varsity soccer team for their 11-0 win today against Ida. And an upcoming event includes a Celine Milan water polo match against Walled Lake Central High School at Celine High School at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Okay. Once again, is it on? Okay. I can't hear. Congratulations to all the middle school and high school kids that participated in the play. It was amazing. Again, congratulations to the teams that won and the girls soccer team for starting off the season so great with 11-0 win. The girls varsity softball team had scrimmaged against Clinton High School at Clinton at 4:30. Not sure how that went. Coming up, next Wednesday, March 29th, the boys varsity baseball team plays against Father Gabriel Richard High School at Ostrike Stadium for Eastern Michigan baseball at 5 p.m. and 7 p.m. The boys and girls track have their first track meet of the season versus the Eastern Michigan relays at Eastern Michigan University at 9 a.m. And I spoke with Mr. Sislo about this at the last meeting afterwards, how I was sending out an email from both student representatives regarding to all the high schoolers and middle schoolers about if they had any news or issues or events that were coming up that weren't posted on the school pages. And some of the things that they had to say were, there's a choir concert on May 25th, not sure what time. There is a spring fling dance, I'm guessing in the middle school, also no date or time added to that. But one of the biggest comments that I received was the band room does not have working speakers, and Miss Upton currently has to use her phone and a little portable speaker since, like, to play back any recordings that they have. Along with their recording system, they haven't had either since the flood of whenever that was. And they said that when they tried to address it, or when they tried to come to the board about it, it just didn't get addressed. But I have a concern. I have had many students, juniors specifically, come up and ask me about how it's going to work next year for the 6-hour change, especially like regarding their credits and graduation, especially the kids that are in consortium programs here. Most of them only have 2-3 hours every day now to make up any credits that they have or that are needed to graduate. Personally, I'm in cosmetology, and next year that is going to be taking up 5 of my courses here. And with only 6, how am I supposed to get the extra 2 that I'm required to have to graduate Milan? So, that's all.
Mr. Gearbuck, will you look into the speaker issue?
Yeah, I already have it on my list to do.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Next up is superintendent comments.
So a couple of things that I will say will be reiterating things the students said. Thank you for sharing. We had several boys head to the MHSAA state swim meet on March 10th and 11th. The team ended up placing 20th overall, with several lifetime bests being achieved and 1 school record being broken. The medley of Zach Heike, Sam Kennedy, Gavin Cruz, and Gunnar Cruz took 11th. Stephen Gottardi took 33rd in diving against some of the state's best. Zach Heike took 14th in the 50 freestyle and took 5th to finish all state in the 100 backstroke. He also broke his own school record in the backstroke. Gavin Cruz, who finished 20th, and Sam Kennedy, who finished 25th, both recorded lifetime bests in the 100 fly. The 200 free relay of Gavin Cruz, Sam Kennedy, Gunnar Cruz, and Ben Heike took 25th place. And the 400 free relay of Zach Heike, Gunnar Cruz, Gavin Cruz, and Sam Kennedy took 14th place. So congratulations to the team as a whole and to our individual swimmers who had an outstanding performance.
Spring sports teams have started practicing, and as the two student reps said, some of them had their first games today, and we congratulate all the teams and wish them well in their seasons. I was able to attend the high school production of Mamma Mia. The show was truly amazing. In my opinion, the production is definitely in the top 5 shows that I've seen during my time in the district, and in 30 years, that's a lot of shows. So congratulations to those students, they really did well. I was also able to attend the middle school production of James and the Giant Peach Jr. The cast and crew did a great job, and I know that the high school drama program is definitely going to look forward to having all of those student recruits over the next 3 years as they move into the high school. Students at all of our buildings, but specifically at Paddock and Simons, are in the middle of March's Reading Month. The students have enjoyed hearing books being read by mystery readers, as well as numerous other fun activities revolving around the importance of reading. Last night, as was stated, the NHS induction ceremony occurred. I was not able to attend. I was actually doing a new teacher orientation session, but I heard the ceremony went very well, and we had a large number of students inducted into the NHS, and we congratulate all of them. As I just said, last night I hosted the 3rd session of our annual new teacher orientation program. This year's new teachers spent time talking about and learning about teacher evaluations, student assessments, the district strategic plan, teacher certification, time management, classroom management, and the mentor-mentee relationship. On Friday, March 10th, I met with the Washtenaw County superintendents and police chiefs from around the county. We do hold these meetings regularly. This meeting focused on providing a refresher course to our staff regarding the threat assessment for students using CSTAG. We talked about learning, we actually had someone from the Washtenaw County Prosecutor's Office come and talk to us about how they are addressing school threats. We continued our ALICE training and are preparing for refresher courses for all of our districts. And we talked about critical incident mapping of our facilities, which is a grant that Milan received, and we will be looking at a vendor to perform that. What that does is that creates maps of all of the buildings that are then able to be pushed out by 911 to any police officer in any department in the county if they needed to respond to an incident at one of our schools. So that's something that the state funded, and we did apply and received the grant, and we will be doing that later this year. On Thursday, March 9th, I attended a meeting with the other county superintendents, with the Dean of EMU's School of Education and several other top administrators from U of M's EMU's College of Education. We are working together with the university to implement initiatives that will help overcome the teacher shortage. This group will be holding regular meetings moving forward and making every effort to make sure that we have the teaching force that we need in the county. The district has been working with K-12 Insights in preparation for the 22-23 school quality survey. This year we will be adding a series of questions specific about the school district communications. These responses will allow us to use that data in the district communications committee, and the current plan is to launch that end of year survey in April. On Tuesday, March 14th, I conducted a Zoom community input session regarding the return to in-person instruction and continuity of services plan. The Zoom session was announced at the previous meeting held on 9/26, was on the district calendar, and was publicized via email to the entire school community. The presentation, Zoom recording, and plan are all available on the district's transparency website. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gearbaugh. Mr. McMahon.
Thank you, Mr. Sislo. I do have a few updates. The first is a couple grant updates. The district finally received the funding for the 99H robotics grant, the first robotics grant. It's a little over $13,000. I do want to thank all of our coaches for their involvement in helping the grant application kind of see its way through, but also the work they do with our teams. And the coaches are Mackenzie Chappell and Jen Glushin at the high school, Anna Arroyo at the middle school, Sarah Farmer at Simons, and Mackenzie and Jen are actually coaching the Paddock teams as well this year, and then a host of parent volunteers. So thanks to all of them for all the work they do for our robotics program. And we also received funding for our 11T. It's actually ARP to McKinney-Vento through 11T funding. It's about $14,000 that goes directly towards our McKinney-Vento students, which is our homeless program. And I want to throw specific thanks out there to Sarah O'Neill. She's our McKinney-Vento coordinator. That's a position this year that is funded by the 11T funds, and she has done a spectacular job of driving services for our students that are experiencing homelessness. It's quite invaluable. So I want to thank her for that. I also want to let you know that at the last meeting I updated you that we're talking about tutoring plans, the before after school tutoring. Now those are sort of solidified. It is funded through 11T, so it's by invite only. The hours are not equal at each building. We've pushed more hours down towards the lower grade level. We'll have more hours of tutoring, and it goes down as you go up the grade levels. That's going to start after spring break, so we're looking forward to getting those services provided. And the final update I want to give you is just now about summer school. Planning is underway there. Essentially, we're going to operate the same as we did last year, which is basically a 6-week program, 3 days per week, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, starting June 20th. So we're going to follow kind of the same model we did last year at all the buildings. And that is also funded through 11T equalization funds, which will likely be expiring at the end of this summer. They last through the following summer, but we've spent them like we wanted to, and so we're going to probably expend a majority of them by the end of this summer through that program. That's it for me.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. Board member comments.
Oh, I just thought I'd go in order. Why not? Okay. I have a couple of updates from the WASB. So on March 9th, we had the advocacy training that I sent emails out to the board. Mr. Sislo and Mr. Gearball were able to attend. It was Matt Curta. Am I saying that correctly? He came and spoke to the different people that showed up and gave us a lot of just really great advice and some very bluntness in that we should go back to our districts. I think I've already gone back to all of you and said, hey, you know, what do we want to focus on? Because we're trying with all the new legislators, we as in the WASB, to take advantage of the newness and the opportunity that we have with the Dems being in control, if you will. And his biggest suggestion to us was that we go back and sit and discuss or have a direct, easily accessible list of asks as a district and asks as a county, so that when we have these legislative coffees or we meet with our legislators, we just go right to them. And this is what we want, this is what we're looking for, this is what we need as in Milan area schools, and this is what we're looking for and what we want as in Washtenaw ISD. So if the board is pretty cool with that, I sent an email to Mr. Gearbaugh about potentially sitting down and having you guys send suggestions, or maybe Mr. Sislo and I, to make sure we have that, because we'd like to proceed. As Mrs. Heike brought up, there's a lot in there about the budget and trying to get them knowing what our needs are now, so that they're thinking about when they're planning the budget, that these are the needs and how we're going to meet them, so we can meet them head on with, this is what Milan wants, this is what Washtenaw wants, and they're already thinking about it. So that's the big thought with the board. So if anybody has any suggestions, concerns, if you please let us know, because I think it'd be a good idea, because we're going to move on to have these meetings, and we're hoping to have, I think, a legislative coffee again in April. So we'll meet once again in person with the legislators, and the faster we have those needs, the better we can put them in their pockets to have also to go back and have and hopefully plant those ideas for the budget that they're planning, and we get something of what we want, since we have to come up with it by July, right? Right. The other thing that we're looking at, and I think you guys are done getting emails pestering you to be a part of the nomination committee, is we have a slate. So we were looking at next week, no, actually tomorrow, to have a meeting to vote, but I think they are trying to finesse it. So we're going to have a real quick 5-minute Zoom meeting on March 30th to officially, so that we're still within the bylaws, elect the officers of the WASB exec board. And I'm your LRN representative, so I'll be voting, but in full transparency, I'm on that board, so I want you all to know that with your permission, I'll be voting for myself. And the rundown that we have is Thomas Rawlings, who is from Lincoln, will be the president right now, president-elect. I will move into the vice president position. Janice Townsend from Ypsilanti, let's try slowing down, is the secretary treasurer. And then Michael McVeigh from Saline will turn to the LRN. the basic flip-flop between Michael and I is I'm sub in the morning, so I miss the legislative breakfast. So he'll be there to guide those, and I'll be able to do more with Thomas when we're doing things and planning out the meetings and trying to get all the advocacy. So the main thing I have is making sure that it's okay with everybody that we get that asks, because that's one of our biggest things. We're truly, truly trying as the districts and to work together to have a cohesive list of boom, boom, everybody's saying the same things, and these are what we want. And to really try to take advantage of the opportunity we have right now, where we have some room to ask some big asks and see how it goes. So that is our biggest thing. Playing off of Ryan's with our robotics grant, which is awesome, thank you, because it's always so expensive. I believe they're going to Grand Rapids over spring break, or right before, is it this weekend, next weekend, for their first competition. And Grand Rapids is really a stiff competition because they have a lot of really great teams that have a lot of money over in that area. So we wish them the absolute best. And I always get excited over my own Cowtown, or my Cowtown's going to be in Saline. So they're great competitions. If you ever get a chance, they're also streamed live. They're only 2 minutes, and they're really rather cool to see all of our kids put all that into action and do that. We have a great team, and I appreciate the grants and the funding of all that and all of our coaches, because it's just been a phenomenal experience for a lot of different students. So that's it. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, Ms. Ray. Ms. Murray?
We're just going to go down. Okay. I'll try to keep it really brief. And at risk of repetition, I just also want to extend massive congratulations to our Milan High School Productions students for Mamma Mia and our Milan Middle School theater program for James and the Giant Peach Jr. Both were phenomenal. Not that I was expecting any less. And I also just want to lift up a great big thank you to all of the parents and the community members and the volunteers who come out each season to support our students in doing theater. It is no small undertaking when you think about young people running power tools, and I heard that there was welding that happened, courtesy and thanks to Tom Pinnard. I want to lift him up too. He's been a tireless supporter of our theater programs, both at the middle school and the high school level, and has just really done amazing things with our kids. So, and thank you to both directors at both levels. I've been there, and it's a lot, and you did marvelously. And then second, I just want to wish all of our staff and students a fantastic spring break, because we won't see you back until after that. And yeah, just make sure that you're resting up, doing good things for yourself so that you can come back and keep doing good things for our students. That's it.
Wonderful. Well, I'm going to echo a lot of the same thing. I did not get to see James and the Giant Peach, but Mamma Mia was extraordinary, and I attended the second Saturday with my husband, and he was quite the thespian when 100 years ago when he was back in high school, but he was in awe of the set. I mean, not just the performances, but the set. And so the crew and what they put together, like it was phenomenal. He said, I'm not sure I've seen a set. I looked at it and said, the only thing it's missing is an ocean. Yeah. Right? Like that was the only thing missing from that set. It was extraordinary. And I mean, it's going to be amazing to watch, particularly what our seniors that were in that performance, what they do next, because what a talented bunch of young people. I really want to say thank you to our student reps. You guys are a wealth of knowledge, and thank you for seeking input from your fellow students. It just helps us to get better and better and better. So thank you for being here and putting in the time with us. I don't know if people are aware, but I want to thank our building administrators, those who include us in their communications to our families. It has been so valuable to know, because if you don't have a child in a particular school, you don't always know directly what's going on. So to see their newsletters, and I mean, huge props to Mrs. Jasper, because she's been super communicative, and so I look at everything I'm getting from her, I'm sending these to those people who are invited for added support. It's just been, so if somebody asks me a question, I know I can respond, and I really appreciate being able to support our staff and people in that way. And I'd also like to just wish everybody a really safe, healthy, happy spring break. If you're traveling on the roads, be safe, or in the air. Take time to just breathe and enjoy yourself.
Mr. Farrell?
So spring spring sports are underway. So good luck to all of our student athletes with their season. I also want to congratulate the students and all the others associated with the high school musical Mamma Mia, and the students and staff that were associated with James and the Giant Peach production. Just truly outstanding. I mean, I was on my feet clapping. It was just awesome. The students were tremendous, outstanding performances. So congratulations to all that were involved in that. I also want to congratulate and welcome our newest Board of Education member, Carrie Gutierrez. I'm looking forward to working with you. And that is all for me.
Thank you, Mr. Farrell. Psycho.
At the last meeting, I was accused by Ms. Valade of spreading false information related to the criminal statute that's been relied upon in filing the criminal complaint against the district. I'd like to direct the community to a recent Free Press article in which it was reported that the Lapeer County prosecutor is investigating the librarian, despite the exception, investigating the librarian of a public library, the Lapeer Public Library, for the book Genderqueer, which is being housed in the adult section of the library. So there is real concern here. Again, I fully stated last time, and I'll say again, I believe that we're all compliant with all of the statutes, but these criminal complaints are a big disruption to not only our libraries and the way that we manage them, but also now public libraries as well. I do want to congratulate the boys swim team on their accomplishments at the state meet. I've been following that backstroker for a long time now, and I'm very proud of him, and I'm excited to see what he and the rest of the swim team does, especially our seniors. There's a lot of, they're just great kids, and so I'm really excited to see what they all accomplish after they leave here, and that they will be good representatives of all that Milan has to offer. I want to congratulate the band members, the robotics teams. So much was happening in the district over the last couple of weeks, and it was just wonderful to see on True Friends everyone posting everything that their kids were doing, and just seeing such a wide array of kids doing so many different activities, and being very successful at it. So congratulations to everyone. Congratulations to and good luck to all of the spring sports. I'm really happy the girls' soccer team won. The softball team did not in the very last 2 innings, but that's okay. It was a scrimmage. It was a scrimmage. So congratulations to the soccer team. That was quite a win. To the students that were involved in Mamma Mia, Mr. Gearbow took my words, but I've been coming to place for a really long time now, and by far, that was hands down the best production I have seen here. Between the sets and the lighting and the sound, I mean, it was just a whole, everything. And the voices of all of those students, there was so much talent on this stage that I was blown away. And we had friends that came from Dexter, and my friends' kids are involved in the theater program at Dexter, and they told me that the theater kids in Dexter were talking about how incredible the Mamma Mia play was. So people were coming from other communities because the word got out as to how great this play was. So kudos to all of you. And to the seniors, I was telling people in the audience earlier, I didn't cry at Zachary's last swim meet, but I cried in that performance. And I think it's just a culmination of knowing so many of these kids. Some of them went to preschool in Milan with my kids. And so just to see them all now grown up and just belting out these songs and dancing, and it was just amazing. And the encore at the end was so much fun. Everyone was standing and clapping and dancing and singing, and it was just a great way to, and I went to the last Sunday production, so I thought it was just amazing to see this big party at the end of all of it. So, and I also want to thank all of the, because I think sometimes we forget, but I want to thank Yvette Cashmere and all of the students that are here that run the sound and the lights for us. They also run it for the plays. It was just amazing, because you didn't miss anything. The mics were all working, you could hear everything, and it was clear, because sometimes, you know, you go to these plays and you can hear, but it gets jarbled, and everything was just perfect. So congratulations to all of you, and congratulations to all of the community members. There were so many people here who were taking tickets and selling water and concessions and directing traffic and moving, you know, the scenes all around. And it just really, you could see it took an army of people to make that happen. So congratulations to all of you. It was a great showcase. I do have one question about the play though, because the middle school play was at the same time as the high school play. So if you were at a state swim meet the weekend of the middle school play, there was no opportunity, you couldn't do both. And I know that there were parents who were scrambling and community members were scrambling to get both in. And so I would just ask that when we're scheduling those in the future, if we can stagger them a little bit. Maybe that's not possible, but I think that there just wasn't the same opportunity to go to the middle school play as there would have been if it had been on a different weekend. So just something to consider. And then I also want to wish everyone a safe and relaxing spring break. So let's, you know, enjoy your time, reset yourself, and come back to be ready to finish out the year. You know, just an incredible year. So good luck, everyone.
Cool. Thank you, Ms. Heika. Yeah, so at the risk of sounding like a broken record, yeah, I went to both plays. I was able to go to the James and the Giant Peach Jr. as well, and both plays were utterly fantastic. So everything that everybody else has said, it was very good. A couple of things I wanted to draw attention to was Miss Miller. She sent us an email in regards to the Upstanders Club at Simons Elementary that she's leading, and a kindness challenge to the Milan area schools.